Hello, hello, and welcome back. Episode number 3. I can count to 3, that's good. Of Tiān 2. I am joined with my players, Zoldan, who is playing Estelle, Ismaru, who is playing Leanna, and Blinks, who is playing Passeth. Last time, we had a bit of a discussion over what to do next with the group as Estelle tried to enact some healing magic on Janessa, which the spell went off, but didn't seem to take effect. Later that night, each of the party members had their own particular dreams, visions, or memories that they seemed to experience pretty vividly. After talking with Bartholomew the next day a little bit, they decided to take a trip back to Estelle's own old stomping grounds, and on the way back they ran into a group of Duergar who, despite their reputation of being fairly fearsome and hardened warriors, the group dispatched of them fucking easily. Afterwards, they did let one who decided not to fight back go, as they tied the other ones to trees. Now, as they approached Shiruknatau, there was a long line of elephant folk who, as the group figured out when they asked, were visiting a person by the name of Laurel, someone that had helped them in the past because apparently she had fallen ill recently and they wished to pay respects. Hearing this, Estelle quickly decided to finish the journey to her old home, getting a ride from Passeth as Leanna kept up speedily right beside them. And as they finally approached Shiruknatau, they were greeted by the abode's namesakes, the 4 leaders, Sho, Ruck, Nat, and Ow, who were all standing by a particular prone, although appearing relaxed body. As when they approached, Sho looked at Estelle with a mad and angry gaze, accusing her of bringing misfortune again to their home. And with that being said, players, let me turn your attention to Roll20, as I have now changed the screen, hopefully.
You have.
Okay. And because I kind of hurried it up last week, I will give a brief rundown of what each member of the group looks like. Just need to... where's my... There you are. Okay. So what each member of the group looks like. We have the leader, Sho, who... I will also be posting this in the session chat for you guys. I probably should have labeled these a lot better, but... So we start off with Sho, who appears to be a long-eared redhead with bronze or orangish skin. His body is draped in this leather mixed with autumn leaves apparel, and it descends down to his fairly bright green or darkish green boots. He has greaves on each arm that are shiny, but appear to be more wooden make than metal. And his eyes constantly blaze with anger. Then we have his right-hand man, Ruck. Ruck is a human who has a darker red hair and piercings along his eyebrows, bright green clothing, but seems to be patchy, as there are pads up on his upper thighs, but his boots are worn and ragged. Next, we have Nat. Nat is a dark-haired wood elf who, fair complexion, but on her shins and on her feet there appear to be wooden plates with iron and spiky protrusions coming out. And her top is more of a long sleeve vest with an intricate design on it. Very colorful, a mixture of greens and reds. And then the final member being Owl, a half-orc woman with dark hide armor fully covering her entire body. Her pauldrons furry and sticking out far beyond her shoulders. Her skin is a darker green complexion, while her hair is long and brown. On second thought, I think I'm gonna change that song. I think this is a bit intense. Do.
And when you get the chance, for whatever reason, whenever you change the map, I need to be given control of my token again.
Oh, okay, that's weird. Yeah, I'll make sure to do that.
Thank you.
Let's see. Is this any better? You know what? I'm going to go with this just because it is a tense scene, but I don't want the music being too cumbersome. And then Mario, get your controlled by... Yeah, I don't know why that keeps taking permission away from you.
Yeah.
Weird.
No, it seems like I lost it as well. That's very weird.
Okay.
You bring our tokens onto the map.
Yeah, I can... If you can delete the one that's currently there, I can drag out my own. I should have control over that one. Yeah, I have control over this one.
Okie dokie.
Yep. Got control now.
And can you drag yours out, Passeth? And I will get Boxbot out. And... Oh, that's why, because I keep clicking on your picture. Do. Okay. Now you have control of Boxbot too, Passeth.
If you want to give me another character sheet, I can make bot, and add that token to it, so I can just drag bot out as well.
Okay. I will think about that. I will most likely get to that after the session. So, as you guys approach, and show the snake-like man makes his accusation towards Estelle, what are you guys doing?
Leanna is flexing her right hand as, like, anyone who knows her would know that she's fighting the urge to grab a card, and she just glares at him.
Estelle is not even registering what was said and is running right up to Laurel, concern very obviously on her face.
Okie dokie. And
just
Passeth?
standing at attention, ready to support whoever emotionally, if he can. Just knowing that this is an intense situation, and he does not fully know what is going on.
Okay. As you run up, Estelle, even with your passive perception, you would notice one thing very clearly, and that is that Laurel's chest is rising and falling at a fairly normal rate. There's no haggardness to the breathing, and there's no lack of breath to be had.
Okay, so that's one worry off of her mind currently. She is out of just knee-jerk reaction, just going to see if casting Luster Restoration will do anything. She doubts it, but she's trying anyway.
Okie dokie. Uh, oh, to describe to anyone who's just listening, before the group is a elongated section on the ground of what appears to be premium leaves that have been selected to be here at this moment, like an altar. And the Earth Genasi woman known as Laurel seems to be lying down in the middle, while on the opposite side of the party stands the 4 leaders of Shuruk-Natau, and behind them, an actually odd sight for the country, as a green hill peeks its way out of the ground itself. And alongside the altar and the leaders are a large assortment of people who are watching and were once paying their respects, but now are at rapt attention. So you cast Lesser Restoration.
Would you like for me to read the description for you?
Could you put it in Roll20?
I should be able to. There it is.
Okay. Condition can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. Okay. So, as Estelle takes the second, blocking out the other sounds around her, and places her hand onto Laurel, there's a beat, and then a glow of white light encompasses Laurel for just a moment, like a flash. And it goes silent until you, Estelle, see the fluttering eyelids of Laurel open, and while her eyes themselves lack pupils or irises, they are solid silver. You can tell that she turns and looks up to you, a smile on her face.
Immediately hugs her.
Oof. Ooh. Oh, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Just doesn't respond, too emotional.
Leanna's going to mutter under her breath, but basically anybody who's really paying attention to listen will hear her say, "Calling my aunt bad luck and she does this? What a bastard."
And as you mentioned that, Leanna, Sho himself starts walking up, his feet kind of cutting through the once altar of leaves as he angrily stomps up to the scene. What do you think you're doing?
In the past, Estelle would still talk back, but be more timid about it. Kind of like snide remarks, child talking back to authority figure. It's done, but more quietly. This time it's full on confidence and not necessarily rebelling, but just she's more confident in this time, saying, I'm helping.
Your assistance was never requested, girl.
Leanna's going to step up to provide backup.
And who said you could approach?
Who said you could talk shit about my family?
Your family. And as he says this, go ahead, Passeth.
Box 5 also goes in front of both Liana and Estelle, just in a defensive position.
And as there's kind of a mixture of a frown on Sho's face, but kind of a widened eyes as he's taking in this information, the human Ruck seems to quickly get in the middle of everyone. Okay. I believe that we have been a little too hasty on what we're doing. Everyone, calm down.
I am calm. And she says this in a deathly calm voice.
Estelle, for like a second or two after Ruck finishes his statement, she is just gonna stare at Sho for a solid second. She is much more confident now, and she is showing it. And after that second passes, she's just gonna look towards Laurel and ask, are you okay now?
I must admit I feel better. But and she just kind of looks around a bit. I believe we're causing a scene. Oh, is everyone here for me? And she just kind of sheepishly scratches her cheek and just looks around. This is not for you to be interfering in, or your... And Sho looks over to Passeth, the Boxbot, and Liana, more so Passeth and the Boxbot, or your compatriots, either. What strangers did you lead to our home, Estelle?
Apologies, my door is being knocked down. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Alright, I'll wait till he gets back, but Leano is going to want to interject.
No problem. I'm gotta figure out how my freaking headphones keep cutting out for a second every other, like, time someone talks. I don't know why it does that. Maybe if I select hands-free. No, that makes it much worse. Weird. Guess.
Show asked what kind of people you have brought to their home.
Sorry.
Leanna is going to interject very quickly and say, at least one of us is connected here somehow besides her. That would be me. Found out rather recently that Estelle is my mom's sister.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Estelle, did you want to say something to that?
Estelle's going to just look very appreciatively towards Leanna, smile, look back to Show and say, as she said, friends and family.
And you both notice, or everyone would notice here, one, Nat and Al have not moved from where they are. They are both looking pretty placidly over at what is happening at the moment. Ruck, after both of you say what you're saying, just kind of slow turns over to Show. Like in a horror movie, when you know the monster's behind you, he just kind of turns. And there is a fuming rage on Show's face as he says, of all the audacity, your family? Several. Okay. One. I know that's not the case, Estelle. I know that you... And then he pauses. Because, Leanna, you did say... Did you say that Estelle was your aunt, or you just said was family?
Aunt. And just said that mother's sister.
As the rage kind of filters and he starts talking, he stops and looks confused. Wait. And, Estelle, roll an insight check on this.
All right. There's the button. 24.
Oh, 24. You remember talking with Geneva, and when you talked with her, you were so confused about having siblings because you were never told that you had any siblings. So, as Show is now kind of chastising you, it's slowly dawning on him, oh shit, she knows. You're lying. I know that neither you nor your siblings can have children.
I'm living proof.
It's a lie!
You're calling my mother a liar?
Yes!
Well,
You've always been, and he will push Ruck out of the way and move forward as he's behind Laurel and across from you, Estelle, and he juts his finger out. You've always been a bad luck. You've always been a curse. Your siblings, none of you should be here.
Leanna chuckles a little bit and just shakes her head. Bad luck? I know a thing or two about luck. She'll pull out her deck and start shuffling it. The thing with luck is, you make your own. Blaming others for things going poorly is the sign of a bad leader, so I've always been taught. Now I know where the example came from.
Estelle looks a combination of proud and thankful for standing up for her, but also terrified at the implications of card and oh no.
Oh, this is the normal deck. This is the normal deck, not the bladed deck. She has two.
Okay. Understood now. But still, stress. Not as much stress, but still, stress.
I'm still confused on what's going on.
And the momentary anger on his face, the exuding aura of frustration melts for a second as the frown turns to a smile. As you see, Sho turns to the crowd of people surrounding this scene. And as you can see, I was right all along. The one, and he gestures to Estelle, the one I pointed out as a curse, a plague, has brought outsiders to our home, strangers. He gestures to Boxbot and Passive. She's even brought the unnatural, the freakish with her. Is this someone we wish to have amongst ourselves? To damage ourselves, our friends, our family, our way of life?
Shut up.
Estelle, I need you to... Oh, not Estelle. Leanna, I need you to roll a strength saving throw.
Not gonna be good, but here goes. 14.
That fails.
It rolled twice, so ignore that 19.
19 still would have failed.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this to go well, but it's what she would do, especially with her hair up.
As you interject, there's a quick look in the raptor-like eyes in Sho as he turns to you and flicks his wrist, and in a moment you feel yourself being covered in vines that sprout from the ground as they hold you in place, a similar spell to one that you saw Estelle cast before. And I will say that he did move over in this direction. I need to take a look and see, does Entangle affect everyone, or is it only the person that they're casting it on?
Believe it is an area for all in the area.
Creatures. A creature in the area when you cast a spell must succeed. So it only affects Leanna, but everyone else has difficult terrain.
Okay.
This isn't going to stop her from talking, so she's going to continue. This is someone that you follow? Someone who just points at someone else and says how they have to be bad luck? how they have to be a curse, how outsiders and people who are different shouldn't be here. Why? What is wrong with being different? What is wrong with being new? What is wrong with taking responsibility for one's own actions?
Really open up the hatch on top and flutter out. And how about the fact that one of your strangers is a fae? Is supposed to be a good luck charm.
There's murmuring in the crowd as they think over what Lyanna is saying, but are very compelled by the sudden appearance of Paseth himself. Estelle, you would notice that during this time, Laurel is just still kind of resting on the ground, her breathing a lot better. She seems a lot more aware of her surroundings, but she's also remaining quiet because she has this little smirk on her lips.
His first reaction on somebody standing up to him is to try and smack them down. Is that somebody that you want to follow?
Oh, of course. No. And he turns over to you, Lyanna, and he closes his hand again, and the vines seem to recede. Of course. No, you're right. Please, by all means, you are far wiser than I am. And he gestures to the crowd. By all means, you lead these people. Show me what kind of leader you can be.
I'm more entertainment than leadership material. I just know who isn't.
Oh, so you don't know what you're talking about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know an asshole and a fraud when I see one.
Oh, of course. I am the fraud. I am the one that doesn't know what's happening. And then, for a moment, Lyanna, you hear a weird sound come from his mouth as he goes, Singambidamdia. And you don't understand it for a brief second, and then you do. And Estelle, you would recognize it right away. Paseth, can I get a straight intelligence check from you? 20.
That's
But
20.
remember, you get advantage on these rolls.
Nope,
Okay.
20.
20. As these words start coming out of his mouth, while it's kind of hard to place the exact meaning, they sound familiar. They sound like something that someone would say to you at one time. As Estelle, you hear the words of the Druidic language being spoken. And he continues, as someone that wouldn't even understand our way of life, nor even the way we talk to one another, yet she wants to be the leader.
Never said I wanted to be the leader, just that you shouldn't be.
He kind of cocks an eyebrow, a little bit impressed, but just still frustrated. I have only ever, and he again gestures to the crowd, I have only ever done what is right and what is best for our people.
No,
Look
you've
at-
done what you thought was best.
For everyone, because calling someone who is ostensibly one of your people, namely my aunt, a curse and a jinx and a blight, is not being good to your people.
She is not of the natural world. She is not of our people.
what the hell do you mean by that, for one? And two, I've seen her cast druidic magic. If that's not natural, I don't know what is.
Estelle, did you want to continue what you were saying?
Sorry,
Honestly,
Leanna's
that's-
being a bit of a hothead right now.
Oh no, that is more than fine. Estelle, when hearing Sho say, "I did what was best," she responded back with, "You did what you thought was best." But oftentimes what we think is best is not objectively best for everyone. And then we'll just know that Estelle's not much of a talker. She's letting the way more charismatic Leona continue after those words.
I couldn't even begin to describe how much there's a momentary pause again as the smile on his face turns less from a pleasant mask or attempt at a pleasant mask to something wicked as Ruck once more pops up. Everyone, we are being way too volatile. He gestures to you, Leanna, and kind of putting one hand back towards Sho. We are sorry for any actions taken against you. The transgressions are a major fault on our own heads. I, as a part of the members here, apologize for that.
Leanna puts her deck away, is once again clarifying that it was the non-bladed one, and holds her hands up. I have made no hostile actions. I have simply spoken.
Estelle,
Yes.
I don't know if you remember part of the ruling, so I'm gonna have you roll a history check.
Okay. Rolling history. It is a nat 20.
Nat 20. Of course you would remember. I mean, you've lived here. It's your home. As Leanna says, I have done no wrong, you think back, and while in no way do you think either of your compatriots are illegally trespassing,
Leanna specifically said she has made no hostile action.
yes, exactly. She has made no hostile action, but as you would remember, Estelle, there is a practice in Shuruk Natal of regularly guiding people away who are not a part of the covenant, essentially. Peacefully, usually in like the guise of a cat, and they want to bring the cat back to the nearest city, or as some sort of mystical looking creature and just kind of drawing them away. So hostile, probably not, but technically there is grounds from the edicts you remember growing up of inviting people to Shrugnatau without permission or without, asking beforehand is generally frowned upon.
Mm-hmm.
So, I may have jumped the gun, as we have had quite the stirring time. God, this voice is hard to keep up.
To give you a brief reprise, when Show says jumped the gun, she's gonna mutter under her breath, but Laurel and Leanna would still probably be able to hear it. She would say, jump the gun, you launched the cannon.
And might have been a little too hasty with our actions, as the recent illness of Laurel has caused many of us distress. But now, seeing as she appears to be fine, I believe that this matter can be resolved swiftly.
Leanna's feeling a little suspicious and wants to insight that.
Go right ahead. Anyone who wishes to may.
10.
26.
10. So, Passeth and Leanna, you see this slimy guy as he's trying to smooth over a situation in which he quickly appears to be becoming the unfavorable contestant. But nothing more than that. Estelle, there's a weirdness to this situation as you look at him and you see the man who was primarily your biggest antagonizer growing up, the archdruid of this group, one of the archdruids, and as his honeyed words seem to come out of his mouth, there's a weird sense that this man has... I'm trying to figure out the best way to put it. He has an ulterior motive as he's trying to obviously cover for himself. But at the same time, he's honest in his regard to Laurel's situation, causing frustration and stress and perhaps a tense atmosphere. And it's weird because you've never really seen him admit a shortcoming in a genuine way before. And it might not be because he's admitting it genuinely, but because you're finally seeing through some facade that he's been putting on.
Leanna is still very suspicious, but not about the solving this soon, but for whatever reason, she just has this niggling thought in the back of her mind that Estelle, and as much as she loves Estelle, based on everything, this druid is more powerful than her. Why didn't this druid do what Estelle did? She's just not sure how to vocalize that. Just what's going through her head.
Ruck will just kind of look around and go, "Oh, okay, okay. It seems everyone is a little bit better off now. Nat, would you mind helping at all?" And the wood elf woman, in a voice that doesn't seem to break cadence but is louder enough for you to hear, there's just a call back saying, "It appears you have it handled." And Ruck just drops his head. But at this time, quietly, a half-orc woman approaches. Not saying anything, but just standing fairly close to the group, about 5 feet away.
Leanna's going to finally put her hands down and just shake out her arms a little and turn to her.
The woman is about 7.5 feet tall. And she's has her arms crossed out in front of her, no obvious weapons on her person. As she just stares, her eyes half-lidded, almost tired, maybe bored. But she does not verbally regard you in any way. Passeth, Estelle, anything that you're thinking about at the moment?
Get back into my barrel.
There are some oohs and ahs from the crowd as they're just kind of watching you a little bit more intensely now that they know it's not like some weird dwarf that's in the machine or something.
Well, technically they'd be right.
Yeah, I am the weirdest dwarf. Like, showing myself. I go back into the barrel.
Estelle is going to do she's going to give her best reassuring nod and smile towards Ruck and just say or mouth thank you before uh, before looking to the crowd to see if uh, anyone else, well, if any of Estelle's other friends or family are close by.
Roll me a perception check.
Right. Perception. That is a 20.
20. As you look amongst the crowd to see any of the familiar faces from your past, you see Uncle Moss, who is kind of standing amongst the crowd. He just kind of concerned at first, but now looks to be kind of holding in a laugh as he's seeing the trepidation of Sho as he's trying to cover up this entire situation. You see Soleil, who is standing there about 20 feet or so away from Uncle Moss, who's just kind of staring at you more with just confusion. Not like looking at you like you're a freak or anything, but just more what's going on kind of look. But most interesting of all, you notice that Luan isn't there. But you do remember seeing him as you approached.
Okay. The current moment. Interesting, concerning. Not going to just run off to find him. Going to, as she sees Moss and Soleil, again, another smile, and then turning to Laurel once more and just doing anything she can to help. Does she need help to move? Is there anything she could do to help her in literally any way right now?
As you look down, Laurel doesn't appear to have any scratches, scrapes. Her body doesn't appear to be emaciated from maybe lack of eating or maybe some degenerative condition. She looks, and by the way, her smirk has not broken this entire time. She just looks like she's just kind of taking in the scene a little bit. If you wish to help her up, she would most likely accept it.
She will. She'll offer a hand, saying, "Alright. So, Estelle doesn't like being the center of attention. That's starting to register now. So, she's gonna lean, offer her hand and say, "Well, let's go home. Got some new people to introduce."
Laurel gets up and she's about like a good 3 inches taller than you. And she just kind of looks down and then looks at the crowd, and her lighter kind of silvery metallic face kind of gets a little bit darker around the cheek region, and she just kind of looks and says, sorry for not dying.
Never apologize for not dying.
Good point. I could make some food for everyone tonight if you want. She looks absolutely baffled as to what to say in front of this large group of people who were about like 5 minutes ago in mourning, thinking that this person was about to die and now appears to be perfectly fine. Yeah, let's go in, please. God, please.
Estelle is active. This like she is trying her best and barely fails to hold out or hold back a tiny laugh. Uh, and just uh leads her on inside towards home.
Leanna will follow.
Okay.
Carefully watching all of those guys, especially the one doing most of the yelling. Just past that, has the walking with them, but just staring at them.
Okay. I believe the
Fingers to the screen, one to them.
wait, what does he do to one of them?
Pointing to all of them. Just point two fingers, like I'm watching all of you.
Ah.
But he's inside the robot, so nobody can see him.
Well, no, with the robot hands.
Oh, okay.
You
Two
pass
robot fingers to the screen, just watching. I'm watching you guys.
you pass by Al and do that, and there's little to no reaction except a snort, and you can almost see like hot air coming out of her nose when she does it. You do it to Ruck, the human man, and he just kind of flinches a little bit and just looks back and forth and then points to himself and like, wait, me? I'm sorry, did I interrupt?
No, just confirming.
Show, you do that to Show, and that smile on his face just gets wider and wider, and you can clearly see that where his canines would normally be are two very, very long fangs. And as you do it to Nat, there is essentially no response as her eyes just follow as you guys go up this green hill. And it's about a 20-foot incline. As you guys reach the top, and for Leanna and Passeth, it's confusing because it just appears that you're on a hill, but you see Laurel just kind of bend over, tap the ground, and a hole forms at the top of it.
Kind of like Bartholomew's place. Wherever you need it to be.
Would you like to go first, Estelle?
All right. She will go on down saying, oh, all right, thanks. And a little awkward now after everything that's happened, but she's gonna go on in first.
Okay. And as you see Estelle just kind of say thanks, you see her hop and just disappear. God Show's voice fucked up my voice now. Well, Laurel looks at you, Leanna, and Passeth. We'll see you inside. And she hops down too.
Leanna will go in.
Alright, and just have Boxby just tumble in, and Passeth is just, while still looking behind at all the crowd, and just falls backwards into it.
Okie doke. Do. Well, as you guys all descend into Shiruk Natal proper, as this would be a new experience for Leanna and Passeth, Leanna, it's weird. The hill you went up was only 20 or so feet tall, yet you feel like you're falling for a while. And for a moment, there's almost a concern like, oh God, if I hit the ground at this speed, am I gonna fucking turn into like mush? But as you take another second to think about it, your speed hasn't really increased as you're almost gently falling and falling. And after a good 10 seconds, or I'd say more 20 seconds, your feet, not super gently, you do have to kind of bend your knees to brace yourself when you hit the ground, but you do catch yourself on the ground. And
she does basically automatically.
With a little flare at the end, too. Passeth, on the other hand, there's some weirdness from your machine as you're descending. For one, you don't see Boxbot. The descent is almost pitch black. And as you're descending, there's like a warning light that starts to like glow in the top left-hand side of your cabin. And you're like instinctually looking around to see what's happening. And it takes about a full minute, but you land next to Leanna. Oddly enough, though, no Boxbot around.
Oh no.
What's wrong?
Don't see my bigger half.
Well, it went in, so it's got to be around somewhere.
I sure hope so.
And Estelle, you would have already made this journey, one that you've made hundreds, if not even thousands of times. And you are now back home. Which, to describe it, in the center, as you look ahead of you, all of you, you notice that there seems to be a waterfall descending. And it seems to be coming from nowhere as it just comes out of the darkness. And as you look about 700 feet or so ahead of you, you see that it hits the ground and there's a small pool underneath it, but it doesn't seem to be growing. The water seems to be stagnating in terms of rising levels. Up to that area, you notice various walls and almost like a labyrinthian maze of structure in between and cutting back and forth. It almost looks like a city itself, but a city confined within walls its own, more so than just that of a border or a guard wall. It seems to be a city within a structure. And what strikes you most odd, Estelle, is that waterfall wasn't there when you left. In fact, that waterfall was where the observatory was.
Okay, yeah, she's just gonna be staring at that from the second she notices it up till when everyone else is here. Because that is upsetting.
Oh, come on, roll 20. I told you to loop. There we go. Okay. So Laurel would be the first to chime in. Well, welcome to our home, Shuraknatau. I don't believe I might have heard. A lot's gone on in the last 5 minutes. I don't believe I got your names.
I never had the chance to give you my apologies. I am Leanna Montalais, daughter of Geneva Montalais. Leanna would know what her mom's previous last name was if she had one, correct?
You've only ever heard Montalais?
Okay.
There's a distinct kind of pause. She looks at you and she goes, "Oh, it is nice to meet you, Leanna."
Nice to meet you as well, Laurel.
And she turns to you, Passeth. And I've never seen something like this before.
Point. It's never supposed to be seen before, because it's brand new.
She kind of flinches as the voice comes out.
And I pop out from the top, giving proper introduction.
Oh. Okay, a fairy. That's still weird, I'll be honest with you 100%.
And this baby's something that I made. Also, I'm missing something. The crate, it didn't, it jumped through. I made sure of that. Should have landed before me.
That... Was there not another fairy guiding that one? Ah, then that probably would have went to our storage room. When things go through the hole, it there's a measure of certain amount of measure of life that is taken as you enter Shiruk and if there was no one in there, then it probably was brought to our stockhold and she points, jutting her finger towards the other side of Shiruk.
How far away can I be from it?
Well, we know where it is. That's good. This place is amazing.
Well, thank you. It's seen its days, that's for sure, and I'm just glad I could come back in and see it proper again. I'm sure you've been traveling for a while. Would you like to come to my abode and we can sit down and probably be a little bit more amicable?
Sure.
What was your name again, Fairy?
My name's Passive.
Ah,
And it doesn't say how far away it can be. So I'm probably like trying to get out and back to me.
okay. Roll a. Everyone who wants to roll a perception check.
That's gonna be fun. Perception. I'm going to roll mine at disadvantage if that's alright, because Estelle is so focused on the waterfall.
Okay.
16. Leanna's just taking everything she can in because this place is cool.
And 11.
Okay.
You're 16, not 17.
So, Passeth, as you're kind of taking a second to just kind of use the connection you have to the bot and just kind of like pull it back, just your mind worrying for a moment, Estelle, you're focused on the waterfall and the confusing new construct. Leanna, you're listening and taking in everything from the vines that are hanging down from this dome-like structure. You can hear the hum of people inside still, but you also, oh God, fuck Show's voice.
Take a drink of something.
You hear from a good distance away, faintly in the background, you start hearing the moving of something, and you just start hearing other people go, "Oh God, what? Watch out! Oh, Jesus!" And just something is causing a stir further into the into the structure.
Something's going on. Should we check it out?
There's absolutely no response from Estelle. She's just staring at the waterfall because that wasn't there. Something was there, and now that's there. It's gone. What happened? Where? Huh? What? Just not actually saying any of that, but just uh thought process currently.
Paseth, you can feel your box spot getting closer.
That's probably what caused it. Here he comes.
And as Laurel's just kind of staring at you awkwardly, Leanna, as Paseth is fixated on one thing and Estelle seems to be fixated on another, you both can see rushing down the straightaway heading towards you guys. Box spot, full gallop mode, and about 3 children hanging off of them, having the time of their life.
Leanna's going to chuckle a little and shake her head. Well, that's one mystery solved.
You hear one child who appears to be a full-blooded orc who just says, "This is the fastest dog ever." And Boxbot eventually stops at Paseth and your suit of armor.
Worried about you. And I just insert myself into the hole, becoming centaur mode.
Whoa! Do you? The dog comes in 2 halves? And there are like 2 other humans who are just right next to him going, whoa.
Sure, let's go with that.
Okay then, follow me. And Laurel just starts kind of walking a little bit, keeping her eye back.
Leanna will follow, chuckling a little bit as she goes. Apologies for the
Vehicle
dog.
you can park.
Yeah.
I didn't add a vocal component to him.
Um, Still is finally noticing that, oh, things are happening. She's going to drag herself away from the waterfall, very much determining to ask about that later, and following Laurel back home.
Okay. As you guys walk away, you hear the chanting of one orc child and 2 human children who are kind of huddled together and just repeatedly chanting, 2-part dog, 2-part dog, 2-part dog, as they fade off into the background. And it takes a minute to get to Laurel's place. It feels like a bit of a walk, especially considering that you feel like you're inside a certain structure. It feels like walking here, you're covering a lot of ground. But after a little while, you eventually come to a wall that looks to be a wall of shrubbery. And Laurel pushes her hand through it, and a opening seems to be made as she walks through, guiding you through to her domicile. In there, it is much like Shrek Natal proper. It is shaped like a dome. It is one room. There appears to be a rounded table with chairs surrounding it. Seems to be a sleeping mat, a cooking pot, all kind of strewn about with a bookcase in the back. Nothing too extravagant, but definitely a cozy living condition. So you've been gone for 2 years, Estelle. Certainly a lot has happened.
Yeah. Um. Oh, yeah. So out of uh 23 or 22 and a half ish months of that has been not much, admittedly. Met a few people, but even they didn't really know what was going on. Um, but then about, oh, how long ago was it? A month and a half? 2 months now, I think.
Closing in on 2 months. It's been insane.
Yeah, that's when I met Liana and a handful of other people who decided to leave, but then just so much happened. Uh, for the sake of time, I will summarize saying that Estelle just exposits, like goes into full exposition mode and just says everything that happened with uh going to the Festival of Ember Hollow, uh going to that competition, and a little bit about the people, the maestro and the hag and all of that, the journey to New Pass, and everything, and absolutely, well, not everything that happened there. She's going to mention meeting Leona's family, but not go too far depth into that yet. Uh, how Balco died, the hag returned, revived him, and uh, the sinkhole and the monster there, how weird it was, physical, like up close physical hits being strangely effective and range things being not, and
The
the
stars.
yeah, and noticing the stars. Two of the stars have returned: the Eye of the Maiden, the the night of the Mad Maestro's doing, and then not entirely sure when exactly it happened, but it was noticed one of the nights on the journey from the monster back to New Pass, and then a little bit of information, and then everything that happened when they returned to New Pass, and then the journey back here, as uh, more or less, more or less as in depth as I went into it. Uh, but well, going more in depth as what I said, but also definitely leaving some details out of meeting Leona's family and getting the talk with Geneva. She uh Laurel would probably notice that something's up with that, uh, but uh, she definitely is leaving something out, but we'll get back to that later.
Um, there's there's a weird change as it would also be drastically apparent that while you're talking and explaining all of this, you get to Balko's death, and there's a transfixed attention as you describe it. And as you continue describing everything else, Laurel is listening, but it also appears like she's a bit distracted. And then when you finish, she takes a second and looks at all of you and says, "Well, you've surely been through a lot in such a short period of time."
Yeah,
Yeah.
a majority of the events of a 2-year journey happened in the last 2 months.
It's just outside of his barrel on the table, crisscross, just eating like some jerky or something. Listening to this story for a second time.
So there are so many questions I have, but when you went looking for I believe you said an Uncle Bartholomew for the first time, you met a figure or something, you were saying. Could you
Yes.
describe them more?
What I really remember about them is that they had a coin that they were flipping.
Yeah, it was a hooded. She kind of brings both of her hands up to the sides of her head, trying to remember. They were couldn't see the face, a hood up, but they were flipping a coin, and I guess they threw it towards us, and one of the people we were traveling with grabbed it, and all of these, well, I don't exactly know what they were for everyone else, but I can guess what they were based off of what I saw. It was basically doubts, fears, regrets, physical manifestations of those as someone we knew.
Did you see that figure's face?
Out of character, I do not believe so. Uh, could I possibly roll something to see if any details come at all, or is it absolutely no details?
Yeah, if you want to roll history, go ahead.
Can Lana assist since she was there and they can talk it over?
Sure.
And guidance. I almost forgot, but guidance. Okay. So, advantage from the help. That's a 20 with the 1d4. That's a 1, so 21 total.
Discussing it back and forth, you do remember that this was a figure who was probably slightly taller. It was kind of hard to tell because they were sitting on top of the uh, perch on top of the front door to the house, and their legs are kind of scrunched up, so it's a little difficult. But you remember the dark leathers, a bunch of straps, hood over the face, keeping it obscured in darkness. You did see the hands, and you do remember the skin being fair, and you remember the quickness at which the figure had disappeared. But in more than that, with that specific figure, that's all you really got.
Estelle will give those details and apologize that it's not anything more.
Okay. Okay. Weird.
What's weird?
Not long ago, I was outside of Shuruk Natal, and I was communing with nature. I went over by a river, and I remember something. I don't want to say hitting or stabbing, but it felt like something. It felt like something collided with me. And I went unconscious. And when I woke up, I started feeling weak. I started feeling, I don't know, like something was wrong, but I couldn't place my finger on what. And I tried to heal myself, and I went to the shamans, and nothing seemed to work, and it only felt like I was getting worse and worse. And eventually I just couldn't get out of bed. And then Shoruknat and Ow said that there was an idea that they could possibly purge what was ever inside of me, and that was the ceremony that was being had not a few minutes ago.
Well, I'm very suspicious about all of this because, forgive me if I am speaking a little bit out of turn, Estelle, but Sho is a more powerful caster than you are. Would that be correct?
More likely than not, almost certainly.
Then why didn't he try what you tried? Why wouldn't he be able to do that too?
He did. It didn't work.
Then why
All of
didn't
them
it work?
tried.
Wait, what? How? What?
I mean, Estelle, I mean, we commune with nature itself here. A poison or a disease is something that we are accustomed to fixing. So it's not a quick jump to immediately go to a spell to restore oneself.
That's what I'm saying. 'Cause
I'm. Sorry, you go on.
was going to say, we we saw the spell not work for us with my little sister, who's been very sickly for a very long time. Did you feel anything when they tried their spells on you?
Just the typical casting. I felt warm and it felt inviting. The very spirit of nature itself being invited in order to purge the toxins from within, but it felt like nothing was moving, as if it had become a part of me, or at least it felt like it.
Hey, then
That's what you described the feeling of when you checked out Jenny when the spell didn't work, isn't it?
it, yeah, it's something similar. So now I'm just confused why uh why they probably did things that I can't even do, but I cast a minor restoration spell because that's all I could do, and it just worked.
More evidence that shows talking out of his ass when he called you a curse and a jinx.
Offer my theory.
Oh, what's that?
Are they more connected to, I mean, seeing how you fight, you use constellations. You shine like a star whenever you go into to that form of yours. Maybe that's the difference. Or are they like that, or are they more traditional druids?
Well, I know that if I were to recall properly, DM taking out character sheets. I do know that our Archdruid show is a druid of the land, along with his right hand Ruck. Why did I keep them separate? Why? What is wrong with me? Okay. Yes, those two are both druids concerning the land itself, while Nat is a bit of a strange one and usually keeps her capabilities to herself, but she has a certain connection with the local fungi. And Owl doesn't say much at all, but I do know that she is usually by herself and usually stays up late into the night.
Their
Hmm.
the source of their power isn't what was needed. They're more connected to this land, pointing to the earth, while with your shininess and star appearance is a little bit more further out. Maybe that's what was needed. Maybe it
I mean,
wasn't
it.
a curse or a disease from this area, but from this planet, this plane, but more to to the sky.
I. I mean, it's certainly possible. I mean,
Just theory.
uh, uh she'll she'll using her pointer and middle finger, she'll point both of them to her eyes and say, "Well, who knows? Maybe this has something to do with it too." And then just kind of shrug.
So many questions, but either way, I'm glad that you're okay, my Laurent. Just hope that whatever caused it doesn't go for round two.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so too. I think I'll be remaining around most people, if not just remaining in here until this problem is solved.
Um, Actually, I just remembered, what what's with the waterfall and the main entryway? It's
There's
right. Sorry, go on.
no, you go ahead.
It's right where the observatory was. And that's all she was gonna say after that.
There's a long sigh. Well, after you had left and show was going on and on and on about, I don't think I need to say exactly what, but it had come to a consensus amongst the archdruids that in order to protect us and to ensure that there's no longer a potential for more chaos amongst the family, we were going to temporarily remove the observatory so as to there not being another occurrence of, and she gestures towards you, a sibling of yours arriving unexpectedly.
I don't understand.
He is just so is angry. Yet another reason to hate him. Confused at why anyone would think that's rational, and just sad.
He
And
kept saying that he was doing what's best for everyone, but it seems like he was just doing whatever he wanted and wanted to not be reminded of you, Estelle, or any of your immediate family.
Angry like that?
Seems very, very petty, and from the brief time that I have known him, he seems like a petty tyrant.
Might need to leave a present in your sock drawer.
No, no need to be petty back. Just keep standing up to him. He'll tear himself apart. But now I know where so many of the negative examples Mom taught me came from.
yeah,
W-
that makes a
Just
lot of
a
sense.
be funny.
Which, that does raise a question. And Laurel will turn to you, Leanna. Your mother is Estelle's sister.
Yes.
Huh. And there's just this inquisitive squint, not a glare, but just like she's piecing together something in her head. I I mean, all the power to her. I was never expecting her to become a mother, but I
Of
didn't.
three,
Yep. I have two other sisters.
That she fucking stops and looks up and says, "Pardon, what now?"
Yeah, I am the middle of three.
Oh, oh, oh. Um, the look of just uh, she goes from just absorbing that information to now looking a bit more concerned.
What's wrong?
Estelle, I've told you the day I found you, right?
yeah, the, I was just there in the observatory, no one around. I just always assumed that whoever my parents actually were just left me there. But now I know that, well, the uh, parents is a very subjective term now, apparently, for me. But yeah, I was just kind of there. Is something wrong with this?
You have... I don't need to keep it a secret anymore. You obviously know that you have multiple siblings. Geneva, she motions to Leanna, obviously being one of them. And usually on the night of the convergence, in which one of your siblings would come to be, there was a sort of guardian that would be assigned to them, not just in the sense of picking and choosing someone from Shurak Natal, but assigning them in a ritual that connects body and soul to this convergence. The closest way one can make a biological parent out of someone that doesn't necessarily need one, but so that one would be assigned, so you all could have someone that you could call mom or dad. But after...
Wait, no, that thought can come later. You continue. Sorry.
But after the departure of Geneva and the tales of her exploring and creating things that are unknown and undiscovered by the natural world, that is when Sho decided that the instances of your creations were something that was going to inevitably lead to the either change to the point of unrecognizability or dissolvement of Shurak Natal as a whole.
But
So, before...
change is natural. Everything changes.
Change, yes, but I don't believe I have to tell you about your mother's inventions.
No, you don't. They're awesome.
I found them to be quite amusing. However, despite that, and she does not say this with ease, it looks like she's kind of forcing herself to say it, they are not of nature's original intent. They are not what we as extensions of nature's will would dabble in.
Creativity and problem solving, that seems pretty natural to me.
Hear about her, the more I want to meet her.
Mom would love to meet you too.
Of course, I'm going.
I don't wish to pass judgment. I only know what our code calls for. And to one interpretation that could fairly easily be made, her creations were beyond the realms of that which we should be walking, quote unquote. Anyway, as the light of Geneva's creations came here and Sho made his decision, he had prohibited the ritual of bonding to commence for the next convergence. And he thought in doing that there would be no convergence, there would be no anchor, or there would be a missing part to the occurrence so that there would not be another life brought into Shiraknatal. But, and she gestures to you, Estelle, he was obviously wrong.
Feeling better and better about calling him out for being a petty tyrant.
The others,
You could stop something that big from occurring just by changing one little thing.
he thought so, but he was wrong. And everyone was nervous and afraid, and we've done the ritual before, and we knew what to do, but at the same time, they didn't know how to act out of part fear of repercussions for stepping out of line, or fear of perhaps damaging the ritual further, the convergence further. So that's when I took it upon myself to claim you.
A tiniest of smiles is now on Estelle's face. Okay. So I was gonna say a few, but no, many questions. So first, I one thing that confuses me is why none of this was told to me until about, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago when I met my sister and niece, and just not even knowing that anyone else existed. She says that part with a very much non-humorous laugh.
Laurel looks at you, and she tentatively stands up as she was sitting at the table. I'm presuming you guys are sitting at the table.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Paseth's sitting on top of his armor.
I'm sitting on the table, probably like brought a little bit of my blanket to prop it up like a chair, just relaxing.
Laurel goes up to you, Estelle, and she squats down next to you as you're sitting there, and she takes both of your hands in hers and looks up to you. For years, there was nothing more than nothing more that I wanted to do than just to tell you everything. And
Why
just
not?
I'm going to assume because Sho threatened anybody who would tell you because he sees you as his failure. Because you happened despite him trying to stop the ritual, stop the convergence.
it. I had already been seen as a sort of rebel, if you will, because of what I did in order to claim you. I did not want to. If I had told you more, be honest with me, Estelle. If I had told you about your siblings, what was the first thing that you would do afterwards?
He pauses for a moment, thinks, and says, probably go anywhere that wasn't here.
Exactly. And do you think I would ever let. And she holds her hands a little bit tighter. I would ever let you, while you were young, while you were learning, while you didn't have full grasp of your power, I would let you go anywhere that would let you get hurt, that would let you. She kind of hesitates a little bit. I wouldn't let you get hurt, no matter what. I couldn't. And she just fails to find the words.
Thinking more on uh, the reason that Laurel gave uh, Estelle is just gonna pause, think, and probably loud enough to be heard, but say to herself, but not to anyone in particular. It's the exact same thing Foe said. And not give any more meaning as to what that means, just saying that.
Are you looking at Laurel right now, or are you just looking down?
Uh, Estelle is looking downward, just but still looking in the general direction of Laurel, just not looking at her directly.
So you are not matching eyes with her.
No.
Okay. She. looks at you, and hearing the muttering, and picking up a little bit of what you said, there's a moment of confusion on her face, but it turns to resolution. I know. I remember the things you went through. I know that I didn't give you the best childhood, and that there were plenty of times that you must have felt alone, or
Estelle is just going to cut her off with a hug, saying, "Don't think like that. Please don't. You did the best you possibly could, and that's all I could have asked for."
She returns the hug and just holding your head with one hand, she just says, I wanted to tell you, but I knew your spirit wouldn't let you just sit on it. I knew you would run. I knew you would go anywhere to find your siblings, but you... And she takes a second, but she continues, "But you are my daughter. You are my baby, and I am not letting anything happen to you."
Here I am feeling guilty for thinking I would be a lot angrier than I thought I would be.
It's always a wonderful day when you find more family. Liana will walk over and tentatively try and hug both of them.
Estelle will grab her and pull her in.
Meanwhile, in the quiet room, there's just the sound of chewing as Paseth is eating some jerky.
Think to himself and gets in the cradle and silver spoon. Live the day blue and the land in the moon.
But, Laurel kind of breaks off the hug for a moment, and she kind of leans back, still squatting. The reason I told you now is there's more to the ritual than just the bonding and the creation of you, of your brothers and sisters. There is a promise that is made. And she closes her eyes and looks back up. There's, in the archives, a tablet that was once inscribed onto the walls, but over years of erosion, we decided to extract it to keep it safe, to remind us of the words. And over certain events, she kind of looks at you, Estelle, a little bit awkwardly, as roll an insight check for me.
Alright. Where is insight? There it is. 25.
Jesus Christ, dude. She looks at you and says, she gives you that look, that same look of whenever she would have to explain away any of the rebellious and devious deeds you did as a kid. That same awkward kind of like, oh yeah, they're just kind of playing around kind of look. And she says, some of your playtime activities might have damaged some of the remaining records, but the line that was taken and the line that we could never forget about you and about your siblings is that your lives are lives that are given, and they are gifts to be beheld, but they are not gifts to be given yourselves. That is why none of us were sure that you were, and she looks over to you, Leanna, that you were possible. The very inscribings by the observatory itself even said that it was not something that should be given. But yet here you are.
Mom and doing the impossible. Yeah, that checks out. She's the one who broke tradition. I'm going to assume that everyone previously had followed the druidic path. Would that be correct?
You were saying something passive? I'll answer your question 1 second. She chuckles at that, and she looks at you, Leanna. That's the weird thing. No. Not everyone that is like Estelle followed the druidic path. I mean, there are none here at the moment. They've all...
My show, most likely.
I mean, they knew of their differences and they wished to understand more. And, I mean, some of them even, desperately even, wanted to find out more about themselves. There was a, she kind of scratches the back of her head. There was a, one man that, one of your brothers, Estelle, that came in the form of a halfling man. And he eventually became a researcher. I forget his first name, but I believe he went by Dr. Longstrider.
Richfield Longstride?
That's what it was. How do you know that name?
Uncle Bartholomew told us to seek him out about the stars.
I guess that would be a good source then. But there were plenty of siblings of yours that tried to have a family of their own and couldn't. We thought you were all sterile. Which is why I'm concerned about your younger sister.
What would be wrong?
possibly I'm alright, Delilah's alright, but Janessa, she's sick. Has been basically all her life.
If life was not supposed to be given at all, what happens when it is given 3 times over? And with that, we will go on our break.
Okay, my food actually just got here, so that's perfect timing.
Okie dokie. Everyone, enjoy your break. Get up, stretch your feet. I will sit here and ramble to myself, to the audience.
Okay. See you guys in a bit.
See y'all later.
Okie dokie. Okie doke. Hello, everyone. It is more of me speaking. I'm sure you have not gotten enough of that. So, I was thinking about some more D&D topics to talk during this little intermission that we have here. But I'll be honest with you, most of my week has been pretty centered around The Dragon Prince, a Netflix TV show, because they recently came out with or are coming out with a TTRPG rulebook. And I am actually really excited about that. I am deeply fascinated by Zadia, the kind of world that they live in. I'm deeply fascinated by the geographical layout because from what I gathered, it's kind of just one big, like, rectangle, like, just human nations in a line, border, and then elven nations. And I don't know why I find that oddly compelling, because it feels so small, yet there's still so much. I like the way that they deal with the elves, because the elves feel more than just people with pointy ears. I like how they did the moon shadow elves and how they portray them, and their magics, their illusions, their invisibilities, the horns, the very pink skin, 3 fingers. I do really like to have that explored, the difference between humans and elves being something that you could glance over, but when you actually look at it, you're like, okay, there's a shit ton of difference just on a biological level. Which of course is still prevalent in D&D, but it feels a little bit more downplayed. I love that the elven settlements in it don't feel too much one way or the other when it comes to structure. Like, the Moonshadow Elves are obviously more in the nature. They have their houses built into the trees, and they feel very almost druidic-like when it comes to how they build their society. But it still feels very, very I don't want to use the word civilized, that's definitely the wrong word, but more advanced in terms of certain technologies, in terms of like how us humans would view it in the modern day. It doesn't feel like they're living purely off the land. It feels like there is a presence of technology. Not that there is that much of one, but it still feels like it. So it still feels, I don't know, like Like, this civilization is still on par with the human civilization. But then you go to the Sun Elves, who definitely feel more like the classic Lord of the Ring elves, and they have these big structures. It looks opulent. It's very, very... It almost feels a little materialistic with how much they have going on. But I like that. I really, really do. And there's still so much to explore in Zadia. They have not talked on the Earth Elves, which I really want to see what the fuck that's about. But, yeah. I would be very interested to see what a tabletop role-playing game would be like in that system. I gave it a glance, and I'll be honest with you, I'm used to either Call of Cthulhu or Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. So a lot of this was kind of over my head. It felt very complicated, but I'm sure that anyone who's been playing a tabletop game for any amount of time would probably pick up on it a lot easier than I would. But I am super excited for that to come out. Plus, they have a video game and seasons 4, 5, and 6 in the works. Ugh, I want to absorb it through my skin. Please, I believe it's Wonderstorm, the studio that makes Dragon Prince. If by some miracle you are seeing this, please, I will shill super hard for you. I sponsor me, and I will run a game of yours. I will fucking review the entirety of Dragon Prince. I don't care. Just give me that shit. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a combat encounter in this episode. So, RP heavy episode, guys. Getting some serious lore dropping here. Yeah, I'm so excited to continue with this. There's so much to explore in this world. So much that the party doesn't know about yet, but keep that between us. So, if I were to talk about a D&D topic, one thing that has always bugged me and always irked me is why in the world sorcerers don't have Constitution as a spellcasting modifier. That is something that I know I've been told a million times you can just homebrew into a game, but when you make character sheets on D&D Beyond, it's far more satisfying when it's already integrated and everything's already together. But it makes sense to me, because I get that, charisma, force of personality, forcing, what is the essence of yourself to affect the world around you. I get how that would tie into the magic, but at the same goddamn time, you should be able to have a sorcerer who is a sorcerer but isn't good at talking. I feel like that should be a unacceptable element. And as someone who either you're playing a sorcerer with low charisma, which is going to be very difficult, or you boost your charisma stat up, so even if you aren't a good talker, you have at least a decent modifier to your charisma skills. It's Constitution should be the only stat a sorcerer thinks about. That way, the magic that they use itself is powerful, but they're lacking in so many other areas that it makes them a very difficult class to play, yet still rewarding, because you don't have to distribute your stats all over the place. You have one to focus on, but then it's like, shit, my focus went here, and now I have a million other things I have to deal with that this one thing does not help me with. But thank you for coming to my TED Talk on that one. Just double checking, are any of you guys back? Okay, no, I can keep talking to myself. That's good. Let's see, hot takes. Do I have any hot takes? Well, as a part of me running my games, I always give my players a feat at level 1 so they can feel more personalized in their character. Like they have more of what they wanted their character to be initially, and they don't have to trudge through introductory levels. But I like having the introductory levels, so the journey feels a little bit longer and you're not stagnating at one level for a very, very long time. Especially at the beginning, because that level 5 to 6 and then 6 to 7 transition feels like it takes a frickin' eternity. So in terms of other things, I give my players all a feat at level 1 if they are variant human. I also give them a feat at level 1 on top of the feat that they already get. So you get 2 feats, but you do not get that skill that you would normally get on the variant human page, nor do you get the language. And the second feat that you take cannot give you a skill proficiency, a knowable language, and it cannot boost and cannot have an ASI in it. So you'd have to pick like grappler as your feat, or savage attacker, one that just gives you an extra ability. Yeah, as I told the guys beforehand, I tried, sitting up in a chair to do this, and I fucking pulled my back, a back muscle, last week, and that hurt like a son of a bitch. So I'm back to lying down, but I also hate lying down because you hear me moving around on my bed like a turtle that's on its back and can't get up. So I'm trying to find out new ways to run this game so it's a little bit smoother, a little bit less awkward, and everything can, roll along.
Lay down straight on the floor.
Oh yes, and then I can't get back up. Help, I've fallen and I can't get up.
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance!
Let me tell you something, Sonny. We used to sleep on the floor both ways uphill in the snow.
I too am back.
Welcome back.
Barefoot.
Barefoot both ways uphill in the snow.
And I don't mean that we didn't have shoes, but we literally had bare feet stretched to our feet.
I beat him up with my
Help them
bare hand.
ourselves.
You know, it's really morbid when you make an old adventurer because there are so many things that you have to explain in their life, and it's usually very sad. Like,
Or
I
you
have
could be like DDP and just start late.
very true, very true. I was thinking along the lines of I have a fighter who when he was a younger boy, like 18, left home to go to essentially like a mercenary guild where you would go there and you would basically hire someone from there to either be a bodyguard or be part of an adventuring group. And for one reason or another, he was just never picked. He spent years there and he was never ever picked, and it kind of became like he kind of became a folk hero that way because he never lost his spirit, was always positive, encouraged those that were picked over him, and he became a pretty beloved member of the town because of that. And he would be introduced to the party because the party would end up picking him for the first time. And he would, before they would go out on an adventure, he would want to write home, hey, Mom and Dad, I finally got picked. And that's when he would finally notice his hands being old and wrinkly, and it truly dawning on him that when he left home was the last time he would ever see them.
Poor guy.
Yeah, I would like to play that character one day.
If I had any confidence at all in myself running a game.
It does take time and effort, and I know you have plenty of stuff that you're doing in your daily life that it would make it complicated.
Yeah.
But it's also fun to run games like this and just, watch from the sidelines as you guys have a ball.
I'm also trying so very hard not to have Leanna jump into the spotlight all the time, but that's also kind of who she is.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of natural for her.
Oh, the circus performer in the spotlight. That makes sense. Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back. Yeah, I don't want to take away moments from other players, but it's hard to quiet the character when they're telling you to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fully understandable.
So,
Why? Life, so talking over people is not my strong suit.
takes a little while to get used to. Discord is much different than playing in person.
Significantly so.
I've only played over Discord and want to try in person one day.
It is a completely different animal.
But, seeing as how everyone is back, let us continue. So, as we left off, Laurel just said, if the life wasn't supposed to be given once, what happens when the life is given 3 times over?
So that could be what's wrong with Jenny. She just doesn't have enough life in her.
It wasn't supposed to happen in the first place, so I can't tell. Maybe that could be it.
I don't like that.
What of your older sister? How is she doing?
That that's a difficult question. I'm not entirely sure. Uh, one of the visions or things that happened was that I found one of her daggers on me, which is why I was so insistent that we went from Ember Hollow back to New Pass to check on her, because I was worried about her. And then Dad said that she was the one to bury that knife into his chest. So something is clearly wrong. Mom and Dad went out to go looking for her at the castle that's name continues to escape me.
Shit. I didn't write it down. Damn it.
Castle that never was.
No. Nope, that was the
No.
first one. That was the
House.
first rough draft.
It's something other than that.
Yeah. It was,
The castle that was not meant to be, or something like that?
yes.
She's at the castle that was not meant to be. I don't know what that is or where that is, but that's the only hint we have. She's usually very stoic and aloof, but that's just a personality trait, not an illness like Jenny has.
I mean, can you remember? Was there any time that it was that something weird or unexplained happened with you and your sisters? Anything out of the ordinary at all?
Not that I can really recall, but things being weird was kind of part and parcel with what we did. What we do. I don't know if we mentioned it, but we're a family circus act.
I never pictured Geneva wanting to be out in front of a crowd that much, but
She herself usually didn't go out in front of the crowds. She would spin up her inventions and have them put on a show.
that sounds more like her.
Alayla would do knife throwing, I would do gymnastics and juggling, Janessa would do tarot readings and tell stories, and Dad's a strongman.
I wish I could tell you more, but that's the extent of what I know.
Maybe Richfield will know more. He's gonna be our next stop. It's gonna take us a while to get there. At least that's what I think we're going to be doing. Do you guys agree?
Unless something else pops up, then that sounds fine with me.
Kinda stuck with you guys now. with Gertrude, so
Yes, but that doesn't mean you don't get a say in where we go next. We have an
now
end goal that we need to end up at, but you do get to have some amount of choice. I don't want to be a tyrant.
no, I don't have any need to be anywhere as of right now.
Well, um, actually, I just remembered something. Gertrude told us to, like, permanently kill the Mad Maestro, and
She did do that, yes.
didn't I don't know how, where, or when that opportunity would be, or even how to, if we wanted to make it happen, because,
I
wait,
don't
no,
think we have much of a choice other than to make it happen somehow.
his body was taken somewhere to Bronze Watch, I think.
Yes, that sounds correct.
Yeah, and both are to the north. Rustyard is a little bit further than that, so if you like, we could take a detour, try to get that done, and then head over to Rustyard after that.
I'd rather go to Rustyard first and be as prepared as we possibly can be for anything that crazy man throws at us.
Makes sense. Okay. Just wanted to present the option.
Appreciated for doing so. I just expect him to do something that we have absolutely no clue what the hell is going on, and I want to have as many options and things that we can do as possible when we deal with him.
Right.
Full of adventurers seeking out items to slay a vampire lord.
Uh, We're gonna have to basically throw everything we can at him.
Essentially. Um,
Reminds me, I need to draw up the blueprints for an idea that I have.
but we did only just get here, and
Yeah, no, I'm not
uh,
talking about going right this minute.
yeah, I know. I was just gonna ask if it's all right with you, Laurel. I could try to make some room for the both of you and just stay here for a day or two, maybe. I
We do have more questions about the stars that we need to have answered, which is why a secondary reason for coming here, other than you just wanting to come home.
mm-hmm, that as well.
Plus,
Just
there are
wanted
plenty
to.
of your friends that you haven't seen in a while. I'm sure they would like to see you again.
Oh, they are going to. Okay, no. Llewellyn probably wouldn't get too much of a kick out of it, but Soleil would love every second of the story. Well, maybe not every second, but a lot of it.
Yeah,
Actually, no, no, I guess it wouldn't make sense to ask it. I'll have to ask them, but I did remember seeing the one when we got to the entrance, but I don't remember seeing him in the crowd after the whole event happened. I'll have to ask Uncle Moss and Soleil where he went.
He's been quite
Um,
aloof recently, so...
I'll have to see if there's anything I can do to change that. But, uh, it, but I will say that right now, uh, I do really want to find them. Uh, so introductions have been done here. Questions have been asked, questions have been answered, and more came about. But I'd say that for now this is fine. I don't know how, but would you mind would you mind terribly making room for Liana and Pasif? And just like please try to uh make my room as large as it possibly could be, because we have been traveling in a while and we've uh been relegated to a single tent, which isn't that bad, but still more room would be nice.
Hey, you know I don't need that much room.
Well, you don't. You're like half a foot tall, but your bot certainly does.
Yeah, but he's not moving around, and that's my whole room as well.
Oh,
Consider it like a mobile home for me.
oh, cool. That's actually really neat. So, yeah, as awkward as I'm being right now, I I'm going to go out and find the others. If I would very much appreciate it if you two would come along with me. I'd love for you all to meet. All right.
All
And
right.
Estelle's gonna go over to uh Laurel one more time and hug her and uh say quietly, please, please don't ever doubt that you haven't been good. You you have been the best parent I could have possibly asked for.
She just hugs you tightly and kind of brushes your hair a little bit as you say that, and as she breaks the hug after a minute or so, just pulls away and smiles at you. And I couldn't ask for a better daughter.
If Estelle can start to feel tears starting to come, so she'll uh quickly smile, blink hard twice, and then turn to the others and say, "Um, let's see who we find first."
Leanna's just smiling.
Right? And Estelle will open the door out and give uh, a very over exaggerated bow and sweeping arm outward.
Runs in the family.
Yeah, I probably need some practice if I want to actually try.
Nothing wrong with a little practice.
Okay. As you guys are looking, I want each of you to give me a luck roll. So I want each of you to roll me a D100.
Say that I leave the barrel and box behind.
10.
Just I need some exercise.
52.
73.
70.
I don't remember if we want high or low.
I don't remember either.
In this case, you wanted higher.
Okay.
So, because Estelle's is average, and Passet's is above average.
And Leanna's is bad.
So I would say, first, as you're walking around, Shiraknatau is lit. I mean, there are, like, constantly moving fireflies. Quite a bit of them, keeping the domed off area still, visible for many of those residents that don't have dark vision. But as you, Estelle, are kind of guiding everyone through, there's some that catches your eye, Leanna, for a moment, and you just suggest, hey, maybe we should go over here.
Ooh, what's that?
And it's a glint that you notice, and you walk forward towards it, and Estelle and Passeth, you follow. And as you notice the glint, you notice a second one. About 2 inches or so from it. Few inches more, I should say. And as you get closer, you notice that the glint is orange. And it's fairly tall. And that's when your stomach kind of drops and you're like, oh no. As from the shadow, you hear, so you thought you were so funny, didn't you?
No, I did not think I was funny. I was not telling any jokes.
Your presence here was a joke.
I guess that makes you the punchline.
So, I don't want to make myself too forceful in the matter. But there was a reason that Estelle left.
Yes, you.
No, not me. Oh, did you not tell them, Estelle?
No, they know.
This one doesn't seem like she knows.
No, I'm just putting some more pieces together.
Well, Estelle claimed that there was something wrong with the stars. And she's
Which
been
is
gone. Oh, really?
Yes.
Ah. Well, she claimed that it was the eye of the matron that disappeared first. And last I checked, the eye is still there.
That one came back within the past couple months.
Oh. So stars just disappear and reappear on command?
And you can cause vines to sprout out of it nowhere. What's your point?
It's not out of... Do you not understand? Of course, you're not a druid. Here's the thing, little girl.
I touch a wall and vines start sprouting. It's very
Y-
easy to do.
yes, I agree.
Besides
Vines
that,
are easy to do.
I'm simply stating that it could be something magic related. We don't know.
The stars that are beyond the grasp of any mortal person. You
Who says it
think,
has to be immortal?
what else would it be?
There are plenty of powerful creatures out there that are not quite mortal that could probably do something.
Oh,
I've heard plenty of stories.
oh, please, entertain me. Like what?
Like an ancient rot hag, for one.
You think the hags can affect the stars?
I think this one might be able to. I think you might like her. She tried to eat my mother once.
That's... There's a chuckle that escapes his lips at first, but he does stop. As much as it appears that I would not want your, and he gestures to you, Leanna, and Estelle, your family here. I did not do anything to any of your siblings before Geneva decided to break our code.
You
So
tried to
it's-
make sure I never existed.
So, once again, going against the doing what's best for everyone, you simply decided that my mother was wrong, and you took it out on her, and you took it out on Estelle.
I didn't decide that she was wrong. This is something that's been with our family for generations, even before me. She knew exactly what she was doing. She broke it off from us.
And then you took it out on her sibling, the next one.
I didn't intend for there to be a next one.
But then there was one.
One that existed again outside of the natural order.
If it happened anyway, it's still natural.
You truly are young. Just because
And you're
things
truly an
happen
asshole.
doesn't make it good or natural.
And not everything natural is good.
Not an unwise statement. But again, you had a job to do, Estelle. What's your report?
2 stars are back. I'm doing everything I can to make sure the others do too.
Why did they disappear?
Everyone, even experts that I talked to, noticed that they were different, that they weren't there, but still could not give an explanation. Something that they couldn't know why. But I have the very strangest of feelings that I'll probably figure out soon.
If they're coming back, then that must mean that they're supposed to act in this way. Would that not be a fair conclusion?
It is a possible conclusion, not necessarily the only one. It could also be that they were made to disappear for some reason. it could also be that maybe, well, no, obstruction wouldn't make too much sense now, would it? But the exact reason is still in question, and I will search until I find out why they were gone, why they came back.
If you wish to waste more time on this, then Estelle, I don't know what to tell you other than be my guest. But don't expect to walk right in next time you decide to leave.
I won't expect it, but it'll probably happen.
There's
Okay,
a...
then.
Oh, go ahead.
No, she would say, I'll get in somehow. I've always been a troublemaker. And she gets a very much sarcastic grin.
Do not forget that I am one that is supposed to protect everyone in here. Do not threaten the security of our home.
I never have and never will. Not on purpose, at least.
When you say that, there's a smile that comes across his face. I'll keep that in mind then. And he walks off.
Well, that was ominous.
I skin crawl as much as... Anyway, let's... Honestly,
Self-righteous asshole.
yeah. As soon as I said that... Why do I always say too much? Anyway, we were looking for others. Let's go find people we actually want and enjoy to talk to.
So, as you, continue on, you head over to, an area nearby the waterfall. As you, Estelle, take over, the guiding. And as you get over there, you notice that there is a figure, taller, with a primarily made out of leaves cape, a elven man, and he looks like... Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, come on. There you are. He looks like this. Heavy leaf theme on his clothing, a green tunic, red hair tied back, pointy elf ears, boots with bark running up and down the front of it, black in color, as his hand swishes through the water and then looks up to you, and you see the face of Uncle Moss.
Sorry, go on.
It's been a while.
Immediately, like, I don't want to say a tackle hug, that's a bit too strong, but just immediately running up to him and aggressively hugging him.
Okay. And you aggressively hug him, and he has to keep his balance from falling into the water for a moment. Oh, it's good to see you too.
Hello.
Hi there. And hello to, and he looks at you, Passeth, and you're, wait, no, you left your armor, didn't you?
I'm just flying around.
Yep. So he looks at you and hello to you too, fairy friend. Um, I take it that you are friends of Estelle?
Family, actually. At least in my
Yeah.
case.
Um, she'll uh step away for a moment and say, right, introductions. Uncle Moss, these are some people I met on my travels. The fairy is Passa, and this is Leona, my niece. Still really weird to say that out loud. And
That. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, and everyone, this is my Uncle Moss.
Love your outfit.
Nice to meet you.
It is most wonderful to meet all of you as well. I must say, I am a huge fan. I thought your little confrontation with Show was possibly the most entertaining thing I've seen in decades. So, thank you for that.
No problem. And I have done my job as an entertainer.
But more so, more importantly, Estelle, I am oh, I am beyond shocked that you are here, safe, okay. You've been gone for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Any news? I mean, obviously you have news. You have uh family members. That's news. Uh,
It very much is. Well, one, I'll get probably the air quotes mandatory pieces of information out of the way first. So uh, two stars that disappeared are back. Don't know why. We have assumptions, but that's all they are, just assumptions. The Eye of the Matron is back as well as the,
Knee of the Traveler.
the yeah, the Piece of the Monk, the I need to look up my notes because I can't remember the exact ones.
I have my notes right here. I can help with that.
Please and
Uh,
thank you.
the Wand of the Wizard, the Piece of the Monk, one of the Scales of Fairness, and the smile and the Joyous Smile.
Right, those are still missing, unfortunately.
I listen. I am still astounded that you have come back to us unharmed. That has made my day, on top of, having Show essentially eat his tongue in front of everyone. But I I do have to ask, Estelle, do you plan on going back out again?
Uh, 2 seconds pass, and a solemn nod. Yeah, yeah, I'm going back out eventually. I'm gonna be here for a few days. Not sure how long, but a day or two. I'm not sure. But I'll be going back out.
I don't mean to discourage you from anything that you want to do, because I know that when you put your mind to it, you can do a lot more than a lot of people can do. But I've, heard through the grapevine a few less than encouraging events going on in Tiān 2, and I would desperately hate to see you involved in more than you could handle.
Estelle's just gonna look towards Leanna and Paseth and say, well, if there's anything more that I can't handle, then I have two other people who can help me carry those things.
She's not alone.
Bicep.
I see that you have quite capable friends, and I hold nothing against them. Though, how do I word this without sounding old and curmudgeon-y?
Just sound old and curmudgeon-y. I know the type.
But I don't want to be that. They're gross and icky and they smell weird.
Uncle Bartholomew's only that last one sometimes.
They're all of them all the time, let's be honest. No, what I'm trying to say is that the idea of anything happening to you, since my combination event with the land itself, I find myself engaging and entertaining more of a pleasant disposition. I see the fun, I see the grandeur, but I don't see myself stepping beyond that. I feel the content that nature grants, but when I think of anything even remotely happening to you, I don't know. I'm feeling an emotion that I had once thought was gone.
Well, I will say this. I know you won't ever probably stop worrying or be whatever emotion that is, scared, upset, sad, I don't know.
Rage. The emotion is rage, Estelle. I don't think I have felt rage in a very long time, and the idea of something hurting you makes me, and as you see him curl his fingers, the ground beneath him the vines and roots seem to curl a little bit too. I don't think I've felt that since, oh, since before Show was inducted. Huh. Anyway.
Estelle's eyes go a little bit wide. Because, ooh, that's interesting. She will put both arms on, both of her hands on his arms and say, alright then, rage. But still, please do not. Sure, I might get bruised, I might get scrapes and cuts and who knows, maybe even broken bones, I don't know. But I will be fine. I have people with me who care about me and love me just as much as you and Laurel and Soleil and Luan. I I have more family. I I, I can't stop where I am, and I can't end up dead somewhere because I have so much more about them that I want to learn. I know they exist, but I don't know much about them as people. I need to know more. I'm not just going to let myself fall to some whatever I might face. So, sure, feel upset, angry, sad, whatever negative emotions you can think of. But just know that nothing will ever keep me from coming home. Okay?
He looks at you for a moment, then looks at Leona and Paseth, and then looks back to you. Estelle?
Mm-hmm.
Have you killed someone yet?
She's gonna look taken aback by the question. No, I haven't.
He puts a hand on your shoulder. The life of an adventurer is not as romantic as one would hear about in fairy tales and books. It is one that is rife with consequences worse than any broken bone. And when it comes to adventuring, and when it comes to investigating and learning and trying to understand the world around us, there's a distinct possibility that we ourselves will not come back. And I'm not referring to your physical body. The Estelle that stands before me may never come back. And I know that. And it concerns me, because I don't know who will be wearing her skin when I see her again. So, when I ask you, have you killed yet? It's not because I'm some old man who's trying to scare you. It's because I know of the inevitability that comes with being out there. It's not a question of if, it's not a question of if you can outthink it, if you can try and talk your way out of it, it will happen. It is natural. But will you, Estelle, come back is the thing that, not scared for myself, but for you, is what I feel.
just gonna digest that for a moment. No, you're probably right. If I do go back out, and if I do come back, I probably won't be the same person. I will be different. But just because there's change, just because something is different or will or it could become different, doesn't mean that the difference has to be negative. There probably will be negative changes. There probably will be negative things that happen that will make me a different person, but that doesn't have to be the only thing that could change. There are just as long as there's one piece that's better about me that is just overall better than how I left, then learning more, venturing it. It doesn't. How do I always say this? I know that overall, I don't want to, probably will, but don't want to change for the worse. But I will change. Whether it's for the better or for the worse is not for anyone to decide. It'll just happen. And I think I'm sorry the words aren't forming properly, but I do know that
Words can be difficult sometimes. And going out, going on walkabout, that's a tradition of our family. Going out, learning new things. Usually we do it to incorporate it into our acts. But just going out and learning and bettering yourself. You will always come back from a journey changed, because that's the point of the journey. If you go out and come back the same, what have you done?
exactly
You
just
feel.
like how
Go ahead.
just as the seeker becomes the traveler, he goes out on a journey, he learns, he feels pain, he feels loss, but also has so much more that he gains: happiness, joy, and it'll make him wiser for it. And it'll seem as though the world itself is in the palm of his hands.
There's a moment where you feel the covering that you. Well, no. You'd feel it directly on your shoulder. A grip that Uncle Moss has and tighten, not painfully, not uncomfortably, but tighten as his longer hair kind of drapes over his face for a moment, kind of shadowing it as he looks back up to you, the frown on his face turning to a big smile as he says, "Well, this has been incredibly depressing. So I know you're going to be here for the next few days. We'll continue this. I'm going to go not cry myself to sleep. And he immediately jumps into that little
Don't
pool of
cry.
water and disappears.
That wasn't my intent.
Okay?
I,
Hear a little sniffle that passes back to you guys.
I didn't even get the chance to ask him. Or, well, he'll talk to Laurel eventually. I hope.
Is he your version of Uncle Bartholomew?
You
The
know,
old
it's
eccentric?
it's you know, it's kind of now that I think about it, yeah, there's a lot of parallels that could be made. That is, she just gets like wide-eyed. It's like, that is really interesting. Th- Huh. And just kind of stares off into space for a moment, thinking about like, no, that makes too much sense. But uh, yeah, I suppose you could say that. Yeah.
Alright, good. That was the vibe I was getting. I just needed to make sure.
Yeah, yeah, he's one of the four in here that actually, you know, treated me like a person. But yeah, we we do really. Uh, I wish I could have asked him where Luan went, but hopefully I'll get the chance to ask Soleil. Mm,
You'll find out.
yeah. Oh, uh, Basseth, are you good?
Yeah, I've been thinking about my sister. What Mr. Moss said, your uncle, uh, about changing when you come home, or when you leave and coming home, you're a different person. Wonder if that's what she was worried about from me.
Well, I don't know who you were before, but who
No,
you
you
are
won't.
now seems like a wonderful person.
I don't think I was that different.
Well, there you go then. You mustn't have changed very much. Still a wonderful person to know.
And just from what he said about killing people changes you that much. And like I said before, when we first met, I have killed before. Bandits and brigands out on the road.
I've always gone out of my way to avoid killing. I know that it's likely an inevitability at some point, because people aren't going to listen to reason or they're not going to go down. But she'll reach into her bladed cards and pull out the Reaper. In the end, this is inevitable. Doesn't mean that we can't avoid it for as long as we can, though. then quickly put the card back.
Well,
Cards sometime. Not right now, but when we have a little bit of resting time. To look at them. Some very interesting designs.
well, Estelle can tell you, or not Estelle, Leona can tell you about the cards themselves, and if you'd like, I could give you a little astrology lesson.
Well, the cards themselves and the constellations are basically the same in what they mean.
The meanings I know, but like, still, if you are interested in the, well, anyway, what I, words are sometimes. Let's
It's emotional day.
yeah, true. But yeah, let's go see if we can find Soleil. Okay?
Okay.
Something big we have is time together. I wouldn't worry about it.
Well, we are still gonna be here for the next few days, so let's make the most of it.
As
I
you
am also looking for scrap wood.
No, if you look in the right places, there's probably some you can find. But just please don't just take it.
yeah, the place is basically vines, bark, and branches.
Branches on the ground. Can I take those?
Estelle,
Yeah, Estelle.
Hmm? Uh, well, if they're not part of furniture, a house, or anything, and they're just lying on the ground broken, then I don't see why not. She just kind of shrugs. I've always taken things off the ground.
yeah, there's plenty of them on the ground if you want to take.
Some of these.
Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Andy.
And
Yeah, nice big bundle.
yeah,
That's
definitely.
Which again, you'd notice how surprisingly strong for his size past that is.
As you guys continue your walk, there's a period of time in which you guys aren't. Estelle's not finding anyone familiar, but about a half an hour or so later, passeth, just out of the corner of your eye, you see another bundle of red hair. And you're like, oh, there's Uncle Moss. There's where he went. As he kind of pointed out to everyone else.
Oh, the redhead.
And as said redhead kind of turns around like he almost noticed someone talking to him, you do not see Uncle Moss, but you do see Ruck as he kind of just twitches a little bit and then looks over to you guys. Oh, hello.
Hello.
What's
Hi.
nervous one?
How's everything going for you?
Um, it's going pretty well, actually, all things considering. Um, Uh, actually, could you help me with something really quickly?
Of course, yeah, sure.
Uh, have you seen uh either Soleil or Luan since earlier today?
Um, I saw Soleil um, at the ceremony, but I haven't seen her since. And the last time I saw Luan, he was talking to Show earlier today, but I haven't seen him since.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Animal Ruck, and thank you for being there and doing what you did. That was actually rather great with you. Thank you.
No problem. Anytime.
She'll again smile and wave and say, all right, well, let's keep looking.
Okay. Um, as you guys continue to look, you spend 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and you aren't finding either of them. It eventually gets to that time when you feel that night has approached.
Where are they?
Hmm.
That's kind of weird and concerning, actually.
I can't help but feel that something else is going to happen. I don't
Right.
know what.
I hate this feeling. Uh, ooh, idea. Are there any animals relatively nearby?
Oh yeah,
Birds, squirrels, anything?
usually mostly rodents, mice, squirrels, chipmunks.
Okay. Estelle is going to uh say, no, I didn't think of this hours ago. Cast speak with animals. Uh, and go up to one of them and uh ask if they've seen uh either Soleil and Luan and give a description of them.
Uh, so you go up to an animal and uh, you you go up to a squirrel and you cast your spell and you say that you're looking for either Luan or Soleil and you give the description.
Quick question. Do I understand this?
Well, yeah, because Estelle would be speaking normal common anyway.
Okay, I didn't know if speak with animals translated to animal. I was.
Yeah, it's just the animal. I flavor it as the animal now understands your common.
Okay.
Uh, and you go up to the animal or the squirrel and give him all this information. The squirrel looks back up to you. Yo, man, not really. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any of those blue hounds anywhere. Maybe I've seen. Man, that half elf dude sounds familiar. Man, did I? Hold on. Chuck. Did you see a. Chuck. Did you see a half elf? Yeah, one of those point. Chuck. Yeah, he's being a dick. Yeah. I don't think. I'm sorry. I wish I could be of more help, but I don't think I've seen either of them. I remember there was a big gathering not too long ago, but yeah, I don't. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you very much for your time.
No problem.
And Estelle's going to actually, would Druidcraft be able to create something edible for him?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, then she'll cast Druidcraft to make, like, I don't know, a berry
And the
and just
squirrel.
hand it to him.
Yeah, he takes it and he's all like, "Ah, thank you. That's really nice. Hey, Chuck, I got a berry. Chuck. Yeah, they're giving out free bear. Chuck!" And he just runs off.
Oh, that was wonderful. Well, we'll go over back to the rest of the group and say, well, he didn't know anything, and apparently Chuck didn't either. But, well, it's nighttime almost. Maybe we can search for a little longer, but that's up to you. We could just turn in for the night.
We should probably turn in and ask around in the morning, and then try and do some research into the stars.
Alright, that sounds like a plan to me. But, how about you, Passive? You have any opinions?
I just some ideas for these branches. I've been wanting to get to. We've been flying for 3 hours. I am very tired now. That's a lot more exercise than I was originally planning.
Well, you can rest on my shoulder if you'd like.
Thank you.
And
You know, flying is a lot like running for a long time.
oh,
I can walk, but flying is like the equivalent of running. So,
ooh, then please do your best to rest.
thank you.
Hmm.
Especially with all this wood.
Well, let's head on back home. Maybe we'll find one of them on the way.
And as you return home, for those watching, I posted a gif of a baby passing out. As you guys walk back to Laurel's place, there doesn't seem to be much activity in terms of finding someone. There are people who you can tell obviously know who Estelle is and kind of give side glances as you guys pass. And but beyond that, there is no finding of Soleil or Luan as you guys return to Laurel's abode, and you find that she has indeed extended it somewhat and made kind of divisions in the room made out of hedges. So there are three at least unique or at least individual spaces about 7 foot by 7 foot at like one corner of the room because she doesn't have any more than the room she has already. And she welcomes you back.
Hello.
Hello. Did everything go okay?
Well, we had an interesting talk with Uncle Moss, but we couldn't find Soleil or Luan.
We also had a interesting encounter with Shao.
Yeah.
One of those.
He
Well,
really doesn't like being questioned, does he?
I mean, he is the longest lasting archdruid we've had in, I would almost say, eons. And sometimes
The change as times change.
when you're that present for that long, stagnation can really get to your head. And when things have to be the same, you can lose perspective. But there was something I discovered that I think you guys should look at. And
Okay.
she goes over to her table and picks up a leaf. And from that leaf, you see this weird purple ichor. And she says, I've been feeling much better. And I was able to get up and get around. And I think as a, I don't know, after effect of your spell, Estelle, I had this kind of burning sensation in my throat and I coughed up what's on here.
Look at it with your glasses.
Right. And Estelle will pull out the glasses and very carefully look at it.
Roll investigation with advantage.
Leanna will pat her on the back with guidance.
All right.
And Paseth, can I get you to roll nature with advantage?
All right. So, investigation with advantage. That's 21 plus 1d4.
It's also as if it were expertise as well, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you add that expertise on your...
No, I forgot to add that. I just added it last time, so
Okay. So you
uh
have... that's a +2, so that should be a +4, so that should be 23. 23 plus 4 is 27.
okay.
Jesus criminy. So, as you're looking over this, with your glasses making a little shine of light at the bottom, it dawns on you what this is, and then Paseth, you don't deduce what it is from like textures or anything. You remember what this is because you remember it from back home. You were told tales of this thing from your brother and your mother as a bedtime story. Something that only the darkest of Fae would use. And you remember its effect, and you remember what it was called, and Estelle, at the same time, it comes rushing back to you exactly what this is. This is the poison that was used on Balko. Paseth and Estelle, you both remember the name of this thing as the Morality Dissolver.
Oh, no.
I knew it had to be related somehow.
Nasty stuff.
Okay, that is... that's interesting. How it's all connected. Okay, that is upsetting. What is morality dissolver doing? Why? What? Okay.
If I'm remembering correctly, it can only be applied to its full potential by somebody who truly cares about you.
That... Okay, yeah, that is right, but who,
It affected
how,
my dad in minutes.
and this was days, so probably wasn't as strong.
Because it was Layla who stabbed Dad with the dagger coated in it, so whoever hit you those days ago applied this. I have one suspect, but I'm going to seem biased, and I don't really have a motive.
You all seem quite concerned.
It's
That
this...
poison, when it was applied to my father, prevented all forms of healing.
Yeah, I tried to magically heal him and it didn't work, and I am so thankful it worked this time. And she puts her hands up to her mouth.
This poison's only... It can only be collected by someone with strong hate in their heart. And it has to be, when applied, when used on someone loved by the object of your hate. that's the only time that it won't be able to be healed. It was applied onto your sister's dagger.
A dagger wielded by my sister, not her usual blade.
Oh,
Yeah, Passeth, you would know that.
kind of a bit more physical or uh, metaphorical.
Yeah, Passeth, you would know that that it means that when someone who hates someone else attacks with this poison someone that they hates, someone that they hate, their family, friends, someone that they love, then this effect takes place. So if, someone were to attack someone who hates Estelle, attacks Laurel, then this magic would uh, take place. I might have worded that poorly in the description.
Okay. So it takes its full effect when, uh, for example, the best effect were to be if someone like Cho were to use it on Laurel or Soleil or anyone really. That that would be that's the way I'm getting it. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
the
Well,
poison you can determine is to a very, very, very rudimentary level, uh, semi sentient, so it can understand the intent behind the wielder's uh, actions and motivations. That's why it's effective when used in such an oddly specific way.
mhm. That just kind of brings the question up of who and why.
Joe,
Why?
and because he's an asshole.
Well, no, it's as unfortunate as it would be. I would rather it be him because it just add another reason. I don't think it is because if he truly does hate me so much, then it would have been a nearly instant thing. It it wouldn't have lasted.
He wasn't expecting you to come back. It wasn't aimed at you.
Well, no, that's not it. For it to take its full effect, it has to be used against someone loved by someone you hate. And if it were show, why he said he said himself that because Lowell got sick, everyone was stressed and everyone was put into a tense situation. And he didn't. I got the feeling that he wasn't excluding himself from that statement. He,
Because it didn't go as fast as he hoped.
no, and if it were him that used it, then it would have been a matter of minutes or hours, like with your dad. He was stabbed that day and died that
He was
day.
also stabbed in the heart.
That is also true, but also the poison took its full effect. It couldn't heal. That part only happens when it's its full effect. I did use magic, and that did heal Laurel, so it wasn't at its full effect. If it were a show hating me so much and attacking someone I love, it should have taken its full effect, but it didn't. It was someone else.
That's why I'm saying that he wasn't using you as the catalyst for the attack. He didn't know you were coming back.
That for some reason that just doesn't sit well with me, but I understand what you mean. You're perfectly fine to believe that it is him until we get any more information, but I don't think it is. But that's
You
just
know
me.
him much better than I do. I'm just very suspicious of him, especially after our previous conversation with him.
True. Very true.
Um.
Sorry,
So
we got into a discussion. Oh, sorry, I interrupted you. You were saying?
I'm just right now. I am just happy to be alive, and I feel like I really dodged an arrow on this one. So I'm gonna just count my lucky stars on this one.
Please do count every single one of them and me among them, and just hug again. More this time out of just, oh, that was really close.
She hugs you back, and well, it's been eventful. I've got my strength back, but I think I need some sleep before I can be fully up and at it again.
Yes, please do.
And um, she gives you all just kind of a nod and a pleasantry as she affixes in the other corner of her room a resting spot for her. And she, again, more pleasantries as she takes the evening to sleep. You guys are now left with your 3 rooms.
I feel it'd be probably wise to keep tabs on her throughout the night, making sure that she's still breathing and everything. Wouldn't want to make sure that this is all that was inside of her.
Yeah, uh, that might be a good idea, but try not to be too intrusive about it. Just,
That's why I was asking you to do it,
oh,
because
oh, yeah, that makes sense. But sorry, I must have catch that part. I was just chewing my own thoughts. Yeah, I can do that. I, yeah, I, sorry, I'm just kind of distracted with not being able to find either of them. And
look at me.
Yeah,
hmm,
we can hear you.
yeah, now you're just a little bit quiet on my end, but I can hear you.
Look at me. Everything's gonna be fine.
Okay.
Here together.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, and breathe. Okay, to
Just
relax here.
deep breath in, deep breath out. Yep. It's been a while since I was back here, so the I'm sorry I couldn't have welcomed you home uh in a better way, but um welcome to Sharknado. I hope the rest of your impressions will be better than your first.
It's a beautiful place. The fact that you needed to rush here to save your mom, that's you don't need to apologize for that at all. It's understandable. We're happy to be here and to support you.
Thanks. You really don't know how much that means and how little I've heard it. So, you
D-
two should probably get some good night's sleep. We had a pretty long day. Uh, I'm probably still gonna be up for an hour or two, but um, yeah, please do your
Be
best to
up,
rest.
be up a little bit too. Did I see your walking staff?
Oh, uh, you mean this? And pull out the quarterstaff she used to use shillelagh on that one guy, but missed terribly. This you mean?
Yeah, I think I want to try to do something with this. This is some good wood and might be something nice for you
Mm, all right.
if you
Yeah.
trust me with it.
No, no, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Here you go. And she'll hand it over.
I'll bring it to my little area or room. Start working on Estelle's gift.
Okay. So, Estelle, you stay up for another hour or so, hour or two, to just make sure everything is fine with, uh, to make sure everything is fine with. Laurel. Jesus criminy. Um, how long are you staying up past that to work on the quarterstaff?
Since it's just basic carving and I rolled a 14 for how nice and intricate it is.
You know, yeah. If you want to, uh, did you want to describe what you were doing, or did you want to write it out later?
If we're going to be waking up, or is there going to be a dream thing?
I'm getting towards the end of the session.
I can just say it right now. It's going to basically have little stars carved out into the staff that represent different constellations. Maybe some different constellations that were more in the Feywild than on here on this plane.
Okay.
And at the very end, I have a crystal from home that I use as a as kind of like a flashlight when my non-magic attunements, infusions that I can just do willy-nilly. I use that crystal to light things up at a 10-foot radius. I put that at the end, so it's a nice little northern star esque design at the very tip that lights up.
Very cool. So, with that being a 14, yeah, it takes you an hour and a half, just because you're being a little bit more careful, and there was like a notch or two that you missed, so you had to go over just to cover it up again. But it looks very well done.
Mhm. And uh, one thing that I uh would like to do, and it'll probably be the last thing Estelle does before getting a good night's sleep uh in her old in her room. She will try to like maneuver an outer wall uh just to create like unless there already is one window uh and try to uh lure over a uh bird and uh cast the spell Animal Messenger, and I will link that to 20. There it is. Uh, so she is going to once she is able to have preferably some type of bird, she is going to give it the message that I have typed out in the session chat. Uh, I couldn't find you or Luan today. Where are you? I have some new friends I'd like you to meet. I'll look again tomorrow. And she's going to, it does need a description of the person, so she's going to give the bird the description of Soleil.
Okay, so it's looking for Soleil specifically.
Mhm.
Okay. You cast this spell. Okay. Um, so, as you speak this into the bird and send the bird off to Soleil, you do you take your evening's rest at that point?
hmm That was going to be the last thing she did before checking on Laurel and one last time just to be safe and then heading to bed.
Okay. Laurel seems to be perfectly fine. Her breathing is normal. Her complexion is a shimmery silver. And Leanna, is there
Hmm.
anything you were doing?
No, just resting.
Okay. So you guys get a night's rest. You are long rested. Uh, so, not that you recover anything since you haven't had any combat,
I
but
get one of my cards back from last session.
that's
Yeah.
right. Um, so, as you long rest, I will also make point after this last note. But as you long rest and you wake up, you guys exit out into the main room. Laurel is still sleeping soundly, breathing. She is still alive. But you notice that the bird, Estelle, that you sent is back, as per the spell.
Mm-hmm.
And the bird kind of twitches its head to the side, just in a bird twitch. And the bird seems to open its mouth in order to give you a message back too. And this is what you hear. And with that, we will end the session.
I only heard the music start. I didn't hear what was said.
That's all that was said.
Okay, just making sure I didn't miss something.
Okie doke. Thank you guys for tuning into the episode. Love you. Treat yourselves with respect and care. And we will see you next time.